Well, good Tuesday afternoon. Joining in with you live here on Alabama Stormtroopers and the Stormtrooper Weather Network. Got got the beginnings of what is going to be a particularly long evening. We've already had a tornado warning out of this northern cell, which is going through US 72 near Rogersville. We got a new tornado warning. This is for the southern cell. This is until 6:15 p.m. And you can see this is a very typical summertime look here. This is your hook echo. Your potential tornado is going to be right in here. See if I don't know if you can see my cursor. Is going to be right in this general area. This little skip marker is. And this is going to throw some times of arrival up here. Layton at 5:46, Town Creek at 5:55, North Cortland at 6:02, and Cortland at 6:04. Let's see here. And this is a tornado warning for Lauderdale, Limestone, Lawrence, Colbert, and Morgan. Again, this goes until 6:15. Look at the actual text of the warning here. Tornado is radar indicated. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Muscle Shoals, moving east at 45. Times off here. Let's take a look and do a little bit of live tracking here. Let's take a look at our velocity, and you got a fairly decent couplet right here. It's crossing the junction between 72A and Alabama Highway 157, just to the west of Layton. And let's look at our debris tracker. I don't see any debris on this, which is good. That means that the storm for now is still elevated, but this is a classic. When we talk about supercell structure, storm structure, this is about as classic as it gets. As far as a radar signature, you have the hook echo here. This little green spacing here is your inflow notch. That is the air being sucked up into the thunderstorm. This your hail core, which they do have reports of nickel and dime size hail with this storm, and all this is moving almost due east. If you are on US 72 between Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Town Creek, over towards Trinity, just go ahead and be in your safe place right now. This is a radar indicated tornado, which means that right now we just have the velocity signature to go off of. No confirmed reports, but there have been reports of some funnels with this. Let me see. Can't show any of this on air, but I have some cameras I'm looking at. Again, this particular storm is going to be south of Rogersville. I know the tornado sirens and your warnings are probably going off on your phone. This is going to be south of Rogersville. This is going to impact, this is impacting portions of the city of Decatur as far as the warning goes. Alabama 67, basically Beltline Road from US, basically near Friendship. I would say near Friendship Baptist Church in Decatur, and points to the west. I think the main area of rotation is going to stay well to the north of the city of Decatur and probably cross the river north of the Hillsboro area. And this northern cell is nothing to joke around either. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and the reason this severe thunderstorm warning is there is the storm has some very large hail with this. Reports of baseball-sized hail near the Wheeler Dam. That is indicated here by radar. This black and purplish colors, that's indicating very large hail that's being lofted into the atmosphere. We're looking at this storm from the Columbus NEXRAD. So it's fairly high up in the atmosphere, but still, we do have reports of very large hail making the ground. And there are spotters and chasers in the area here that have eyes on this particular area of rotation and confirm that the storm is rotating, but they can't confirm that anything's on the ground yet. And when I'm also looking at some different chaser feeds here, just kind of looking to see if anybody's got anything on camera, which I don't see that yet. And just a reminder for our friends in the Birmingham area. Right now, the main threat is in the Tennessee Valley. This is a tornado warning is up in the Tennessee Valley right now, but later on tonight it'll move into Birmingham. If you are in the Birmingham county warning area for the National Weather Service in Birmingham, just be advised that the National Weather Service radio that feeds your weather radios at your house is offline due to a planned system update. And so they are not broadcasting. So I would highly suggest that you, if you don't have it already, that you enable the wireless emergency alerts, otherwise known as the WEA alerts on your phone. If you would enable them, you can go do that in your phone settings. And that way, that is the same type of alert that if you get an amber alert or a silver alert or something that your phone just absolutely goes nuts, that'll definitely wake you up in the middle of the night if we need it tonight. Again, let's go back and focus in here on the tornadic cell that we were watching. This thing is just trucking down US 72 towards Town Creek. It is right over the community of Layton right now. Let's take a look at the radar again. Definitely some rotation there. It's not as well defined as it was earlier, but you still have the classic hook echo. If we go back to reflectivity, not as good a representation as it had earlier, but still. Let's take a look at this from high top. This is getting kind of further away here, so let me reset here and switch to high top radar. This is over North Alabama. And it still has a fairly well-defined hook. You got your inflow notch here. You got your possible tornado. It's going to be in this general area, awful close to, if not crossing, US 72. Let's take a look at velocity. It's definitely more disorganized, but we do have eyes on this thing. There's a lot of eyes on this storm, and they confirm that it is rotating. And overall, the storm structure does not look as good as it did, say, 10 minutes ago. So while that's, we're still watching that. If you're in the community of Town Creek, anywhere near Town Creek, go ahead and, if you're not already in your place of safety, go ahead and make your way there now. And what I'll do here is I'll kind of do some real time tracking and analysis with y'all as far as what to expect over the next several hours. So let's go over here. I'm going to cut the radar off and kind of clear some of this screen up so we can kind of see what's going on. Remove the watches as well. Let's back out. Take a look at the southeast. And let's look at our temperatures. These are METAR observations at the local airports. This is the temperatures across the deep south. You have mid to upper 80s across much of north central Alabama, which is more than sustainable for any type of cape. Down south, it is in the 90s for much of South Alabama. But what we're looking for is a combination of the temperature and the dew points. Dew points in the mid to upper 70s is just what we call what we would call a loaded gun scenario, and what that means is basically that the atmosphere is primed for severe weather this evening. So here's what we've been saying, what we're expecting over the next really 8 hours. I expect this to clear much of the area by say midnight, between midnight and 2 a.m. So let's turn this data off and let's throw on the convective outlook. This is the day one convective outlook for the area. And you can see that much of the state of Alabama is in a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. That goes from the areas of Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, North. Down to the south of that, you have a little 2 out of 5, slight risk in the yellow, and then it gets weaker and weaker the further south you go. I think the severe weather threat across South Alabama, really areas south of Birmingham, is going to be fairly limited because as we lose the daytime hours, we're going to lose a lot of the energy that we have. So our greatest threat, let's take a look at the probability for hail. And this is, let's see, I'm looking for I don't use this a lot live. So it's 15% chance within 25 miles of a given point of significant hail. For much of Alabama, the real core axis of significant hail is back over to Mississippi, where that line of thunderstorms is right now. It's a 30% chance of hail within 25 miles of a given point. Let's look at the one thing that we're concerned about is the chance of significant wind damage. And this is, you don't see this too often. This is a level 5 out of 5 high risk for the chance of severe wind. This includes severe wind over, I can't remember the exact, let me pull up the SPC website because I don't want to misquote this, and I have not. Let's see. Yeah, so the probability of damaging thunderstorm winds or wind gusts in excess of 50 knots or higher within 25 miles of given point. And that is at 45% for the level 5 and high risk area. That extends from basically Jefferson County, Birmingham, up towards the state line, and from east to west, from about Fayette over towards Gadsden. Between Tuscaloosa, Pickens County, over towards Talladega and Weaver, and the state line over there, you have a 30% chance. And again, the further south you go, your chances are limited or none at all. Expect if you are in the pink area, expect to see severe tree damage, and expect to be without power for. The power, how the power behaves in your area. Expect to be without power, or expect to lose power. It's just going to be one of those days. All right, so let me pull my radar back up here, and we'll go back into tracking mode. And this thing is cycling. They continue to tornado warning for Limestone, Lauderdale, Colbert, Morgan, Lawrence until I think this goes until 6:15. Let's see, yeah, 6:15. And this thing is just trucking down US 72 there. Just continues to truck down US 72. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity again. Not overly impressive, not as good as it looked a while ago, but still you have the hook echo right here. There's your hook. Here's your inflow notch and your possible tornadoes in this general area right here. I'm just looking here. Like I said, I got a few cameras pulled up. Some of these chasers, there's a lot of chasers and spotters in this area that have eyes on this storm. See here. All right. See here. Just pouring over the information here. And no reports of this thing being on the ground yet. This is, again, it's just trucking down US 72. This is going to be north of the city of Decatur. Probably stay just, if you're in Hillsboro, I would go ahead and be in your place of safety just to be safe. But I would think that if you're south of US 72 in Hillsboro, you should be okay. Town Creek, this is on top of you now. Cortland, this is coming your way here probably in the next 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes or less. It's just to the east of Town Creek. Let's see. All right. So Storm Chaser Brett Adair is on this thing, and I'm kind of keeping an eye on his feed. Can't show any of this on the air, but he is in a good position to see if there's anything there. He's probably going to see it. So, again, no damage reports. Right. Let's see. We're throwing in some new infographics here for the National Weather Service. So just bear with me. Alright, everybody, let's see here. Trying to do a little live producing here. I was prepared for the day, but not all the way prepared. All right. Just bear with me. I'm going to have a. All right. So let me. I got this inserted here. It's not the easiest thing to do, but let's. Throw this up here. All right, earlier I was mentioning about the WEA alerts. And so I'm going to throw this up here. You can kind of see what I'm talking about here. This is how, and you can screenshot this. Let me take that bug out of the picture here. You can screenshot this and send it to your friends. This is also, I think, the National Weather Service in Birmingham shared this out. This is how to make sure that the WEA alerts are enabled on your iPhone, or excuse me, your Android. And we have it for iPhone as well. Basically, you go in your notification settings, advanced settings, wireless emergency alerts. And then you have severe threats. That includes tornado warnings. And we now have a tornado emergency. We're going to drop back over to radar here. And I'm going to take this full screen. We got a tornado, tornado observed. And this includes the Huntsville Metro. This thing is again is riding down US 72. This is going to be north of the city of Decatur. This is a tornado warning for Limestone, Lawrence, and Morgan. And this one goes until 6:45. So let me pull up the text on this. This thing has got some a very well defined hook. Let's take a look at this is your possible tornado right here. It's crossing US 31 and I-65. This is going to be north of the 365 65 565 interchange. This is moving towards the area of Madison. It's going to stay south of Athens. This is going to be north of Moore's Mill. I know it's a lot of open pasture land up here. Okay, this is your possible tornado right here. It is on top of 65 now. Let's take a look at the debris tracker. I don't see anything. I know they had it for the possibility. This is a very well-defined hook. You got your inflow notch here. Possible tornado is between 31 and 65, and actually it's probably, given the delay in scans, it's probably just crossed I-65. It is moving to the north and east. This is going to be moving. Let's do some manual tracking here. So we're moving in this general area. I wanted to expand this track out, kind of do this a little bit better. It just does not want to give me any data for whatever reason. Okay. Let me throw some streets in here. If you are on or near any of these labeled roads here, be in your safe place now. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground just to the south of Athens. This is going to be, again, in this general area here. This is coming up on Dogwood Falls Road, Farm Road, Huntsville Browns Ferry Road, County Road 71, Newby Road, County Road 115. Capshaw Road. Let's see this one here. Cambridge Lane. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's take a look at our debris tracker. Here's your main part of your cell. This is your possible tornado. Is going to be right in here. This is the inflow notch of the storm. This is where your possible tornado would be. This thing is moving to the north and east. This is coming into the this is coming into the western suburbs of the city of Huntsville. This is going to impact places like Madison. This is going to Madison, the Orion Amphitheater, out towards the campus of UAH. This may even be pretty close to the National Weather Service office up there in Huntsville. This is going to be north of the Space and Rocket Center, north of Redstone Arsenal. This is probably going to stay north of downtown Huntsville. But if you're living in downtown Huntsville, go ahead and take your tornado plan into place right now. Just to be safe, that you need to be on the lowest floor of your house, near the center, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you can get underground, that's even better. You want to have something to protect your head from flying debris, because as this thing, if it's still on the ground, as it moves into populated areas and starts hitting houses and more trees and other objects, as it starts lofting that debris becomes missiles, and it'll start slinging that debris into everything as it moves along. This thing is on the ground. I have it on camera. There is I can't get this guy's info. I don't see this guy's information. We have a chaser with live storm chasing. Has it on camera just to the south of Athens. It's Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold has it on camera just to the south of Athens. It is lofting debris in the air. This is a significant tornado. It's let's see if I can get an idea of where he's at. Say rope tornado. Looks it is crossing pasture lands. I don't know exactly where he's at. I don't see anything that's showing that's giving me any idea of where he's at, but it is still on the ground. I believe he is on US 72. See. got power flashes. It is definitely still on the ground. This is... It is a multiple vortex. Looks like a multiple vortex tornado. Still, I'm trying to get an idea of where he's at. Mooresville Road. So I believe he is in this general area right here. And he is chasing this thing. It is still on the ground. This thing is on the ground. I'm looking through. This is now a tornado crossing Greenbrier. This is a tornado emergency. This is all right, we now have 2 confirmed tornadoes. So let me double check which one I was actually following. Let's see here. This is the one I believe that I just saw on camera. This is the better signature, and this right here is Mooresville Road. This thing is on the ground. It is a large tornado on the ground, based off what I'm seeing on camera, or what I have seen on camera. The secondary one is crossing the Tennessee River right now. Let us see. We'll clear all these roads off here. This is the tornado that we just saw on camera. I'm going to focus on this one because this one is moving into a very highly populated area. This is going to be the one that's going to cause the most problems. All right, let's go back and we're going to look at the radar signature, the reflectivity. This is your potential tornado right in here. This is moving north and east. This is moving into the area of Madison. Lots of reports of trees and power lines down around Browns Ferry, Huntsville Browns Ferry Road and Grisby Road. We have a tornado on the ground moving into the western suburbs of Huntsville. This cell has multiple circulations. So right now, let's take a look at this. We have one circulation, two, and possibly, let me look at the reflectivity. No. So we got one circulation here and then one circulation here, crossing the river. The primary one up front, this is the one that is currently producing a tornado that we've had on camera. This one is as well. Both of these are north of the city of Decatur. This one right here is moving into the western suburbs of Huntsville in the area of Madison. So there's county. I'm going to draw more roads on here that I can. Let's see. Try to get out ahead of this thing. Lots of subdivisions out here. If you know if anybody lives near any of these roads in western Huntsville. Trying to get as many locations as I can labeled on here. This is a tornado that continues to be on the ground. Monitoring lots of different sources here. Tornado is moving across County Line Road at the moment, moving towards Balk Road, Wall Triana Highway, Huntsville Browns Ferry Road. It's moving into the city of Madison. Right now, this is, again, we have a tornado that has been on the ground that is moving into the western suburbs of Huntsville. This is moving into right now it's on top of Madison. We had it, Storm Chaser had it on camera a little while ago. Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, if you were watching his feeds through Live Storm Chasing, you might have saw it on camera as well. This is staying to the north of this is staying to the north of 565. It's going to stay to the north of Redstone Arsenal. It's going to stay to the north of the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. This thing is pretty much paralleling 565 up into the western side of the city of Huntsville. And this particular storm, I'm going to back out here. I'm focusing on this first circulation because it is the most dangerous, but this storm also has a second circulation back here that is fixing to cross 65 that was down, confirmed down earlier. So let's take a look here, go back to the reflectivity display. This first circulation is still pretty well defined. You have your inflow notch here. This is the air wrapping around the tornado. And the scan just updated, and it's no longer, it's not as intense as it was, but you still have this area of this inflow notch here, if you will, of air wrapping around the tornado. This is the possible the tornado is right here. This is a confirmed tornado, and this is your hook echo right here. And you got some very large hailback in here, and you can see the inflow in the storm is indicating a very strong updraft. And the tornado is still on the ground. This tornado is still on the ground. It is rain wrapped, which means that if you are outside, you are not going to be able to see this thing. I'm going to clear out these roads again. We're going to start again. This thing is still on the ground. This is coming up on the University of Alabama Huntsville campus. This is going to be awful close to the National Weather Service in Huntsville. See, UAH is right in, I believe, right in this area here. Again, just trying to throw as many of these streets on here as I can. Do not try to go outside and see this thing coming. It is rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it. No one should be driving on US 72 or State Route 25 or 255. Excuse me. There is a rain-wrapped tornado that is moving towards the intersection of State Route 255 and US 72. Again, here's your tornado. It is moving over Eastview, over Eastview Drive, Madison Pike. It's probably over Slaughter Road right now. So this is a tornado emergency for the city of Huntsville. A tornado emergency remains in effect until 6:45 p.m. for southwestern Madison and southeastern Limestone counties. At 6:34, a confirmed large destructive tornado was located near Madison, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Tornado emergency for the Huntsville area near Highway 72 and Jeff Road. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. If you are inside, if your phones are going nuts and you're in the city of Huntsville right now, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris will be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. The tornado will be near Redstone Arsenal, City of Huntsville, University of Alabama in Huntsville, and Alabama A&M University around 6:40 p.m. So this thing is, again, it's crossing. It is crossing U.S. Near State Route 255 and US 72. This is going to. You have the campus of UAH. The National Weather Service in Huntsville is probably going to have to go take shelter here soon. The U.S. Space and Rocket Center is going to be really, really close. Really, really close. I think it's going to be just north of Space and Rocket Center. Downtown Huntsville, this is going to be very, very close. If you're on the campus of UAH, on the campus of Alabama A&M, or anywhere near those two campuses, be in your safe place now. This is a large tornado that is confirmed on the ground, moving into the western suburbs of the city of Huntsville, and now into the western side of the city of Huntsville. I'm going to clear these roads off here. Kind of back out and take a look just real quickly. If you are listening to the sound of my voice, if you're outside of the Huntsville Metro, nothing really going on right now. We don't even have a tornado watch for the Birmingham market just yet. A tornado watch for the Huntsville market will go until 10 p.m. tonight. But this, so far, is the storm of the day. This is a massive supercell over the Huntsville metro area, and we have a confirmed tornado on the ground moving into the western side of the city of Huntsville. I'm perusing all my data sources just to kind of see if I'm missing anything. I'm also checking out some of these storm chaser cameras. This thing, the structure of this thing is not as impressive as it was 25, 30 minutes ago. But we do have two areas of circulation. One is producing a tornado moving into the city of Huntsville right now. The other one is back just to the south of Madison. I have to keep a close eye on that one. Again, just overall, the radar image is not as impressive as it was, which is a good sign. That's indicating that the thing may have weakened. I don't see any debris being lofted now, but we're still going to keep a very close eye on things. Lots of cameras and lots of chasers out. Lots of eyeballs on this thing. So if there was something down, I would think that we'd be able to at least see something. New tornado warning. This is going to be an extension of this storm. This is just because of the history this storm has had. This is going to be for Madison, Limestone. Let's see. No, Madison and Jackson counties. Madison and Jackson counties. This is for this storm that's moving through the city of Huntsville right now. This is going to move north. This is continue to move north and east. This is going to be moving to the north of Gurley. It's crossing Montesano right now. We'll be crossing Montesano shortly. This is going to be moving to the main circulation is still going to be awful close to the campus of Alabama A&M University. And this new warning goes, I believe, until 7:30. So right now, with no confirmed tornado on the ground, this is a tornado observed, but this is strictly because of the history of the storm. I'm going to take a little bit break. We're going to keep the radar here, and I will be keeping an eye on things. But I'm going to take a little break, and I will be back shortly. All right, we're going to pop back in here. It is just after 7 o'clock. We do have a new tornado warning. 2 new tornado warnings. We have a new tornado warning. Let's go back, and I'm going to kind of reset the stage here. It's been an active evening so far. Let's see. We have 2 new tornado warnings, one for Madison and Jackson counties. This is, they'd gone with tornado observed on this. This is because we had a little bit of a damage signature as that thing crossed Montesano. Let's take a look at that now. Let's just see if how that signature's looking. And it's just crossed 72 near Gurley. And it's still a little bit of something there, but let's take a look at the one to the south. This was going to be near Priceville. This is going to be, again, your phones and sirens are probably going off in the city of Decatur, but this is actually to the east of the city of Decatur. This is going to be this thing has just crossed 65. This is going to be on top of Priceville. This is moving north and east. Towards Triana. Alabama Highway 67 is going to be north of there. This is going to be moving towards, I believe it's Owens Crossroads, US 231. Let me go ahead and switch back to the reflectivity here. Come on. Do a little quick switch between products, and it does not like me sometimes. Okay, there it is. Do my manual track here. And this thing is just not wanting to pull community data, so let's see. Both of these storms are have some significant hail with them. Over 1 inch. I would think that, especially the one in the north near Gurley, that you see the purples and the blacks crossing US 72. That's probably some baseball, maybe golf ball, baseball, tennis ball size hail. Could be bigger. Southern storm is definitely kind of becoming more dominant, though. You see it's got a better structure. A very pronounced inflow in the classic hook echo that we look for, that is just to the east of Priceville, north of Alabama 67. Still a little bit of manual tracking here. You got the Tennessee River. Runs here. This thing is probably going to cross the Tennessee River somewhere. A lot of sparsely populated areas out here. This thing is moving along East Upper River Road. Alright, we're working on some, let's go ahead and throw that bug back in there. Got a new tornado watch that's been issued for parts of Jefferson County. For parts of central Alabama, including Jefferson County. We'll back out and take a look at that real quick while we kind of reset things here. Again, for those of you in the Birmingham market and Birmingham National Weather Service office coverage area. The National Weather Service weather radio, is offline due to a pre-planned upgrade. So National Weather Service radio in Birmingham is not working. So you'll need to make sure that you have, again, multiple ways of getting warnings tonight. That includes, we have a weather call. It's a paid service, but it's one that we highly recommend. You can find that information at stormtroopernetwork.com. That basically it'll set up, give you a notification, and if put your phone number in there, it will give you a call when you are in the path of a tornado. Let's go back and focus on this one here. This is a tornado warning. Goes until 7:30 p.m. for Morgan County and parts of. Is Marshall included in this? Let's see. Let's go over to lots of damage reports coming in out of Huntsville after that tornado came through earlier. So Limestone, Madison, Morgan, that goes until 7:30. The Madison and Jackson for the northern storm will go until 7:30 as well. This one is tornado observed, which means that it was radar indicated. Let's go back and take a look at the velocity product here. Is this thing going to cooperate? That scan just does not look good. I don't know why. That one looks better. Okay, there it is. This is the northern storm. Tornado is on the ground. We have our debris signature right here. This is moving in the vicinity of Alabama 65. This is going up to State Route 65, County Road 4. County Road 10. This is a fairly sparsely populated area of the state, very mountainous terrain, but there is clearly a tornado down there. This is a tornado debris signature. What this is these colors right in here are indicating that the tornado is lofting debris in the air, and this is fairly close to the radar site. The high top radar is let's see how far that is. See. It's only about 17 miles away from the radar. So it's looking very close to the surface, even though this is a mountainous area. Let's see. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's go ahead and look at our velocity or reflectivity. This is interesting here. This is a debris ball. This is not hail. Normally you see the purples and the blacks with hail. This is not hail. This is debris because it lines up again. If we go back to our debris signature, this is a violent tornado that is on the ground in Jackson County. It's all the way in Jackson County now. This is north of the community of Gurley. This is along Alabama State Route 65. This is moving towards the Skyline community, north of the Paint Rock Valley. This is really moving towards High Top and where that radar is located. probably say just to the south of that. But if you're in the community of Skyline, if you live along Alabama Highway 65, State Route 65, not Interstate 65, State Route 65 between Alabama 146, and you need to be in a safe place right now in your storm shelter. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get out of that thing. You're better off laying flat in a ditch with your hands over your heads than you are in a mobile home trying to survive this tornado. This is a violent tornado making its way through Jackson County right now. Let's take a look at the velocity. Still a very well-defined couplet right here. Reflectivity still shows the debris being lofted in the air on both reflectivity and on our debris track. You don't see that very often. I have not seen debris being lofted and interpreted by radar during reflectivity in quite a long time. We do see it pretty often with the debris track, though. But I think this has to do with the proximity of this storm to the radar site. Again, this is County Road 10, State Route 65, County Road 4, County Road 20. If you're near any of those locations that I have just labeled off, you need to be in a safe place right now. Let's go back to velocity. I'm going to throw some more on here. County Road 12. That one doesn't even really have a label there. County Road 507. County Road 107. Luckily, this is a heavily wooded area. State Route 79. County Road 17. Trying to label as many places as I can on here. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. This bright pink, bright green together as your gate-to-gate shear. Let's take a look again. Let's go to the next rad tools. We do have a wind shear product, so let's take a look at that. Let's see. And definitely you can see the shearing in the atmosphere here. This is indicating rotation. Let's go back to our debris tracker. It's not as well defined as it was, but debris is still being lofted in the air. Let's go back to the velocity product. Still a very well-defined area of rotation. Again, it's moving towards State Route 65. This is going to be south of County Road 4, County Road 12, County Road 507, County Road 20. All in Jackson County. You need to be in a safe place right now. No one should be driving on State Route 65 between Gurley and the state line. Really, Gurley and Highway 146. This is the same cell that produced a tornado in the Madison area earlier, and this thing looks to be a lot more significant than that one. We got 2 active tornado warnings. We're going back down here to the south. Just take a brief look at the one down here in Morgan County. It is really along the Tennessee River now, just south of Triana. Not as well defined as the northern one, but it is still there. This is going to be moving towards, I believe it's Owens Crossroads. Let me double check my map here because I don't want to give the wrong thing. This is the community of Winton, Whitesburg. Whitesburg, Owens Crossroads, Hobbs Island, the intersection of 36 and 231. This is but the storm of the night right now continues to be the one to the north, just north of Gurley. A very well-defined couplet. Again, I'm just glad that this is a very sparsely populated area. This is in the community of Holly Tree, Trenton, Princeton, near the Holly Tree Cemetery, Williams Cofree Holiness Church, Mount Nebo Baptist Church in the Holly Tree community. This is coming up on that area right now. The Paint Rock Forest Resource Center, Webb Cemetery. This is coming in on top of you right now. Let's go back and look at our debris tracker. Again, very not as defined as it was, but there is a lot of debris. There's probably a lot of trees and other debris being lofted by the tornado. At Skyline, if you are in the community of Skyline, you need to go ahead and be in your safe place right now. If you are in the community of Skyline and you live anywhere between Alabama Highway 146 and points south down towards Scottsboro, this is not going to be in the This is not going to impact the city of Scottsboro, but back towards US 72 or Alabama Highway 35 there, you need to be in a safe place right now. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's doing damage. This is a tornado debris signature that we are seeing on radar. All right, let's see. Going through my different sources here, I actually have. This is getting back into my family's neck of the woods, up near Gurley. Let's see. Let's see here. We got a lot of people tuning in with us tonight. Appreciate you tuning in. If you are, basically it's one of those nights that if I'm not talking about you, you're in good shape. We have a continue with the tornado on the ground north of Gurley. This is coming in. This is moving towards Skyline. A high top radar is sitting up. You can see it at the top of your screen up here. KHTX high top radar. It is in a very good position to see this tornado. It is detecting that this debris. So basically, and the flat earthers will be aggravated to hear this, but as the radar beam is straight and the earth curves, and so the radar is detecting that debris at about 7,000 feet off the ground from the high top radar. So with each scan, this debris signature just gets a little more fuzzy, which I really, really, really like that. But we do have, it looks like we have another area of circulation that is, the first one is up here is weakening. The second one is forming further to the south along County Road 17. This is going to be moving towards Pace Drive. Again, here's State Route 79. I would imagine that they will probably extend this warning further to the west. County Road 21, County Road 28. If you are out towards the north of Hollywood, County Road 33, County Road 470. Let's see. All right. Let's see. New tornado warning for DeKalb, Franklin, and Jackson County. Hold on, that ain't right. Franklin, Tennessee, excuse me. The southern storm is just not from a from the southern storm really is just not that organized as far as the rotation looks on velocity. The overall structure looks decent. You have your classic hook echo, but it's just not wrapping up as tight as this northern one is. So that's the reason we're not talking about this as much. We got to go where we have the confirmed tornado. Right now we have a confirmed tornado that is moving just into the area of Skyline. Let's see. This new area of rotation, the old area of rotation really, I would say it's dissipated. This new area of rotation is just to the south. It is along Pace Drive. It's crossing State Route 79. It's moving to the north and east. I am just throwing on some roads here just to kind of. Again, this is a fairly sparsely populated area, thankfully. But the way this thing is moving, it's moving almost due east. This one is going to, again, stay north of the city of Scottsboro. It's going to be awful close to Hollywood. That's the first area rotation is still hanging in there. It's not as good as it looked, but it's moving towards the city of Skyline. Let's take a look at the debris. And it's scattered. I think that's probably residual left over from the first one, but honestly, the way that the new area of rotation looks, that could be a second debris signature on the one that's on top of 79 right now. I'll go in and take a little closer look at that. Here's the debris from the first rotation, but I think this one may be a second tornado. See here, just checking my sources. We'll go back and check the one to the south. No indications of damage there. It still has a TVS on it, which means it's still radar still detecting rotation. But this one still is the storm of the night. You have one rotation, two rotation. So you have two areas of rotation that we're watching. This is the first one that prompted the tornado emergency, and the tornado observed because we had a debris signature with it. This is the secondary one that I am not totally convinced that it was not putting, based on that it was not putting down at some point. See. Yeah, Brian, I can hear you in meters. Yeah, so that area of rotation, it looks like the tornado has dissipated up near Skyline. I'm not ready to say anything all clear, but the debris signature is gone. And with that scan, the radar is gone. I mean, the couplet is gone, or is broadened out significantly. The good thing is with this storm is it appears to be morphing into more of a line. I won't say it's a line, but it's more into a blob, which is good. Let's see here. But any of these cells tonight could go into rotation just given the atmosphere. Let's go back down here and take a look at this southern one. Let me take off my... there it is. Clear all my roads I'm put on here. Let's take a look at the southern one. Again, not overly impressed. This signature does look a little bit better than it did a while ago. Taking a look, let's look at the velocity product. And that's definitely got substantial inflow there. That pinkish color is flowing into the thunderstorm. Let's take a look at the debris tracker. Don't really see anything. Oop, did I just close that out? I may have. Let's had a computer malfunction here. There we go. There we go. All right. Let's go back to reflectivity. And this one looks like it's forming a secondary area of rotation because it's, if you notice here, this first part seems to have occluded and kind of is being cut off from the main thunderstorm. So we may have to watch this for any potential strengthening. And go back up here to the storm of concern. And we'll go back to velocity. Just take one more look at this. This is, again, fairly close to the radar. Probably less than 10 miles from high top. And the velocity signatures are just not as impressive, anywhere near as impressive as they were 15-20 minutes ago. Definitely going to keep an eye on this. Do have a continued tornado warning for, let's see, double check this location. Northwestern Marshall, west central Jackson, southern Madison, and east central Morgan. That's going to be for this one. This thing is, yeah, I think it's exactly what it has done. It has developed a new area of rotation. And it's still got a fairly strong updraft with it. You can see the purples and the blacks indicating a fairly strong hail core. And this thing is I think this is going to take over as the dominant storm, because there is nothing but unfiltered air, unstable air to the south of it. Zoom out and take a look at the bigger picture here. We mentioned that this was going to be a late evening, possibly around midnight event before it gets through much of the area. And what you see is what you get. There is nothing going on south of the Huntsville metro right now. We've got a line of storms, of scattered supercell storms that extend roughly from about Stevenson down to Huntsville, down to Hamilton, and back into Mississippi towards Tupelo. These storms will continue to push their way east and southeast over the next few hours, and we're going to have to keep watch on them closely, because any of these storms will have the potential to go into rotation. The main threat tonight, for those that are just tuning in, continues to be very large hail and extreme severe thunderstorm winds. We kind of looked at this earlier. There is a 45% chance of significant winds, thunderstorm winds within 25 miles of a given point. Issued by the Storm Prediction Center is a level 5 out of 5 high risk for extreme winds. And we've already seen that today. Lots of reports of trees, power lines down across the Tennessee Valley with these storms today. And they just went tornado observed on that Jackson County storm. So let's go dive back in here and see what they're seeing. Again, here's your possible rotation. This is going to be north of Hollywood. This is going to be north of the Tennessee River, north of Hollywood, well north of the Bellefonte Nuclear Power Station. This is going to be moving in the vicinity of Stevenson. Let's take a look at the yeah, there we go. There is your debris signature right here. This is a tornado debris signature. With, again, this is what this means is that the radar is detecting debris being lofted into the thunderstorm. And this is go ahead. We'll go back in here and do some road tracking here. County Road 42. Let's see. Again, it's a fairly sparsely populated area that this is in, which is good. Lots of open land up here, but we still have a considerable threat for damage as this storm. This is a confirmed tornado. It is on the ground. That's what the radar is indicating by the debris being lofted in the air, is that this tornado is on the ground. Let's go back and look at the reflectivity, and it's very, very messy. But this is not your typical supercell This storm does not look like the one to the south that has a hook echo on it. Again, we're still watching this thing to the south. It has a pretty much occluded. This is the old area of rotation. This is the new one that is trying to form back in here. But here, let's go back in here. This is your area of rotation right here, or your possible tornado. Crossing County Road 42, Jackson County. This is moving towards County Road 443, County Road 45, and County Road 169. And it looks like it may have lifted. This debris signature is kind of dissipated. But there's you get your reds and your greens next together, making a couplet there. And we are running at the bottom of our screen. You see that we are trying to keep up with that tornado watch and warning information at the bottom of your screen. And Brian, you can hear me. I know the people listening can't hear you, but you can hear me, correct? Okay. Just so you know, when you hit save on that document, it automatically populates on the screen. Yeah, just do the best you can with that. I appreciate it. So it makes my life a lot easier. All right, appreciate it. One of our other team members joining us live this evening, helping produce the broadcast. Let's see. Again, just checking all of our information here. One thing, the biggest concern besides the wind tonight is going to be just the monster hail. We've had reports of grapefruit-sized hail. I think was one I saw earlier back in the Shoals area. We've had some reports of golf ball-sized hail with this area with this storm to the south on Owens Crossroads. So if you want, there's gonna be a lot of body shops awful busy for the next couple of weeks with this thing. Let's take a look at this one again. This is moving into a fairly populated area. I'm not overly impressed with what I'm seeing, but again, there's still enough evidence there to show that this thing is rotating. Owens Crossroads, New Hope, Woodville, Grant. Y'all are next in line. This particular one is going to stay south of Gurley, way south of Skyline. This is going to be probably stay south of US 72 if I had to estimate it. But it's going to be awful close to probably shoot the gap between Woodville and Grant. But if you're in Owens Crossroads, New Hope, just hang on for a few more minutes. While this thing passes over you. Moving back to the north, let's go back and look at this one. Is moving in Jackson County, moving towards Stevenson. This is probably going to stay south of Stevenson Center. I know that we have I got family up in Stevenson, so if you guys are listening, y'all go ahead and be in your safe place just to be safe. But I think this is going to stay south of Alabama 117 once you get through the main drag there between Stevenson and up towards the Tennessee state line. If anything, this is probably cross right at the intersection there of 117 and US 72. It's going to come awful close. Let's take a look at this thing. Was confirmed down earlier via radar. I don't see the debris signature that I saw earlier, which is good. This is going to be awful close to the Dollar General and the I think it's the Stevenson Waterworks. This is going to be moving in that general vicinity. I think it's Mud Creek. I can't remember the name of the bait shop that sits right there on Mud Creek. This is going to be in that general area. This thing is really just trucking along with US 72 there. Just looking to see if we had any, there was any cameras that could possibly be looking back into this thing. I do not see any. I'm checking in with see if I can get my hold of some people I know up in that general area. Let's go back to the southern storm just to check it. Yeah, this is looking better. Kind of figured this thing was cycling. And that's exactly what it's doing. We've got a fairly decent couplet crossing US 430, US 431 now between Owens Crossroads and New Hope. Let's check the debris tracker on that. We may have had a brief touchdown there for a minute. May have had a brief touchdown. Let's see if I can. I want to do that. Let's back this up just to see if I can run this back a scan or two. Let's see if I can. Can almost kind of see something towards the end of the frame, but let's go with but that thing is definitely trying to get its act together. Again, this thunderstorm is kind of wide open to all the ripe atmosphere to the south. I'll go back and check the one to the north here in Jackson County. This has been our storm of the day. This storm has produced at least 2 tornadoes that we know of, one of which was in the Madison area. This thing has just crossed US 72. Let me double check my. Yeah, just crossed US 72. Nowhere near as well defined as it looked a little while ago. But it is moving across the Tennessee River. It's got a more of a easterly motion now. Here's a little bit of a time. This thing is computer is detecting this thing as a squall line. So let's take a look. We can kind of give you some estimated times of arrival on that. Take that watch information off here. Got reports of power lines down near Skyline, which would line up with the reports that we had of this being a possible tornado and line up with the radar images as well. Excuse me, just chugging some water here. All right, I think what we're going to do here, I'm going to continue to watch the National Weather Service chat, and I am going to step away from the mic just for a minute, and we get another radar confirmed tornado. We'll be back in here. Thank you for tuning with us tonight. All right, going to dive back into this. Been watching this storm really the last 10-15 minutes. Have a couple of new tornado warning here. It is now tornado observed. This is for Marshall, DeKalb. Let's see, I think it's Marshall and DeKalb. And let's see. I'll pull this up real quick. Madison, Jackson, and Morgan. So it says tornado observed. So let's go ahead and take a look at our debris signatures. And I'm going to roll this back a little bit. And see if we can see what they are, see what National Weather Service is seeing here. Again, looking at this from high top. And they said they had a confirmed tornado through 911 dispatch south of Woodville. I just I honestly don't see what's there, but that's just me. But we're going to roll with it. Actually, I can. Okay, I see a picture now. I can see. Yeah, I can see where they have that as down. So it's going to be. Crossing Highway 35 south of Scottsboro. This is going to be it's about to be a, if it's on the ground, it's about to be a water spout as it crosses the Tennessee River. So this thing is crossing the Tennessee River right now. If there's anything down, we'll know about it fairly quick. This is moving up in the area of Langston. This is going to move right through downtown Langston, through the center of the community of Langston. So if there's something down, we're going to know very, very quickly here. It's County Road 67, County Road 38. I'm just going to throw in some more roads on here. Just kind of give you an idea of where this thing is at. County Road 67, County Road 38, County Road 43, Rock City Road, County Road 120, Alabama State Route 35, Community of Section. This is going to be very, very close to you. If you're up on this is about to come up Sand Mountain as it crosses the river here. Section. This is going to be very, very close. If you were in the Community of Section, this is going to be right on top of you. This downtown Rainsville, you are included in this. I think it's probably going to skip to your north, but we'll just have to be very, very careful on that. See if we can. Here's your possible tornado. Moving across the Tennessee River and moving it into Langston, moving south of the city of Scottsboro. It just crossed Alabama Highway 79. This is going to be north of. If the tornado sirens are going off in Scottsboro, the tornado sirens are going off in Henniger, Pisgah. This is going to be probably just to your south. It's going to be south of Scottsboro for sure. Rainsville, this is going to be too close to call. Again, pouring through. And overall, the velocity display is just not the best. It looks better on reflectivity. You see, you got the hook, and I think this thing's probably trying to occlude again. And occluding is when the inflow cuts off the circulation. So that I'm pretty sure that's what's trying to happen here. It did it once before when it was over southern Morgan County, over the Priceville area near Triana. And it looks like it's trying to do it again. But let's do this. Let's take a look at the big picture. I know a lot of people are asking what's going on. What about my area? I'm in Birmingham. What's going on? Nothing. If I'm not talking about your community, nothing of major concern is going on. Now, that being said, if you are in Hamilton, Hackleburg, up towards Haleyville, back towards up north towards Decatur, Priceville, and back into the city of Huntsville, you are getting rain right now. We have some cells that are trying to fire ahead of this main line that's down to the south, north, around Good Hope. Good Hope down towards Walker County and Dora, down towards Oakman, back into Fayette County near Berry, and back into Lamar County near Vernon. Got some thunderstorms trying to get fired back in that direction. We'll have to watch these closely tonight. We've had a number of tornado warnings today, but most of those have been confined to the Tennessee Valley. And I think that's probably where it's going to be, the remainder of the action is going to be for the next couple of hours as this line moves through. We've had a couple of confirmed tornadoes. Had one on live stream earlier from storm chasers in the Madison area. And we had another one about an hour ago that was moving through Gurley that was radar confirmed. We had debris being lofted by the tornado that the radar at high top was detecting. So right now we only have 2 active tornado warnings for the state. Let's see. We have 2 active tornado warnings for the state. They are for Madison, Jackson, and Morgan counties. That is for this particular, the leading storm right here that is over Langston. The second one is for Madison. DeKalb, Jackson, and Marshall counties, which is for this one, and then Madison, Jackson, and Morgan counties, which is for this one. And we do have reports of wall cloud over Lake Gunnersville with this storm, this leading storm. So this leading area of rotation that has just crossed the Tennessee River into Langston is moving up Sand Mountain. I think it's not as well defined as it was. We have another area of rotation north of Grant. Now, let's look at our debris tracker. Don't really see anything on the debris tracker, but we are watching this 1 hook, 2 hook. This leading storm produced a tornado briefly just south of Woodville. But this next one, Grant, you're under the gun again. This is coming straight at you. So right now, these are the 2 tornado warnings of concern, or the 2 areas of rotation of concern. I'm kind of I'm perusing through some different data sources that I have. I was looking to see. I know we've had several storm chasers out in the field, and it's really just too dark to see anything at this point. I know they've. So the tornado warning for southwestern Jackson, southeastern Madison, and northeastern Morgan County will be allowed to expire. Because they're seeing, the National Weather Service is seeing the same thing that we're seeing. It's just not. There's no there. You got you do have the the structure, but the rotation is just weakened significantly. I said this one is it's still going to be this one still goes to 845. This thing is on top of Stand Mountain now. It's moving almost due east towards Alabama 35. It's going to be just to the south of section. Still, if you're at a community section, go ahead and be in your safe place. Don't see any debris with our debris tracker. The rotation signature is just not as strong as it was a little while ago. We did have a report of a wall cloud with this storm as it moved over Lake Gunnersville. Well, Brian, that would explain why I have not gotten a data update. And I guarantee you I know why. So that storm that came through Skyline earlier knocked down a bunch of power lines, and that there's only one-way power is fed up in there. That's along the highway. Yep. So my producer is telling my ear that the radar at High Top up here is offline, so we're going to have to switch and see if we can look at this thing from Birmingham. And it's most likely because they lost power to the side up there, and the generator is not kicking in for whatever reason. Let's take a look and see if we can look at it from Columbus. I mean, there's really not a good, High Top is the radar there. Just looking at it from Nashville. Now, my radar skills are good, but that is a awfully nasty picture there. Let's go back and look at it from, see if we could get a better one from Columbus. This is luckily, I think the worst of the weather is over. Once this passes, the worst of the weather for northeast Alabama is going to be over with. And this thing is definitely rotating, but the problem we've run into now with that radar being down is they're just going to have to warn on this based off what they're seeing 10, 12,000 feet up. Because again, this is gonna anger some of you flat earthers out there, but the radar shoots in a straight line, and the Earth curves. So the beam gets as the Earth curves away, the beam still goes straight, and so that's how we're able to see in the upper levels of the thunderstorm, is because that radar beam gets higher and higher off the ground as the Earth, which is a sphere, as the Earth curves. And also, just so you know too, weather radars do not control the weather. I know that was something that I know was in the news last week, where they had a terrorist group threaten to take down National Weather Service radars because they were concerned they were controlling the weather. That is the single craziest thing I think I've heard in a very long time. It's almost as crazy as the idea of man-made climate change. All right, so those two radar signatures just do not look that great to me from either Nashville, Birmingham, or Columbus. I mean, they look better from Birmingham than anything. You got your rotation number 1 just crossing Alabama 35. Rotation number 2 is crossing Alabama 79. And moving north and east, this is going to move towards the Henniger area. Let's see. All right, so we got another. Again, we're looking at this from the Birmingham NexRad, and it's very, very high off the ground. And you're looking possible tornado crossing Alabama 35, or excuse me, Alabama 79, just to the west of or east of Grant. The other one is crossing Alabama 35 just to the east of Section. And I know there's another tornado warning issued for far northeastern DeKalb County, but that rotation really, when they issued that warning, it had already pretty much moved into Georgia, so you're pretty much clear there. This is the only active tornado warning, and it will expire in, Unless they choose to extend it, it will expire here at 8:45. It's currently 8:33. You're watching the Alabama Stormtroopers and Stormtrooper Network. I'm Nathan Burks, joining you tonight live from Birmingham. I appreciate you all tuning in. I've had been an active evening as expected across much of the state, or much of the northern third of the state. We've had several. I'll reset here and go to reflectivity. Let's just, for grins and giggles, we'll throw the composite view on here and take NextRad data off. And take a look at the southeast here. This is a massive storm system that really stretches from Kentucky all the way down. Kind of bows out and stretches across Alabama down back towards Mississippi and Louisiana. So it's been an active day, as we have said, across much of the Tennessee Valley. We've had a tornado warnings off and on from, really they've hugged the Tennessee River from Florence all the way to the state line, in the eastern side of the state. We have one active tornado warning for at least another 10-15 minutes. For DeKalb and Jackson County. We've had at least 2 confirmed tornadoes today, one of which was in Madison in the metro area of Huntsville. We've had a lot of damage reports come in for trees, power lines down. Luckily, for the most part, it was over at least the video that I saw when it was down, it was over the farmland that's out there right after you cross the interstate just south of Athens and north of Mooresville. So hopefully no reports of injuries that I've seen. So that's always a good thing. We've had a lot of reports of trees down, trees on homes across the Tennessee Valley this evening. Had another tornado that was detected by radar. We had a debris signature around north of Gurley that moved through Skyline, just south of Skyline earlier this evening. That has apparently knocked out the high top radar. I would think that given there's only one way in and one way out of that valley, that there's probably something up with the radar and the generator at the site up there, because that's a fairly remote location if you've ever been up there. So right now, the main line is pushing through the Tennessee Valley, and it will continue to drop south and eastward overnight. Main threat remains extreme straight line winds and large hail. We've had some reports of baseball-sized hail across areas of South Huntsville, Owens Crossroads, back over towards Trinity. And that area had reports of golf ball to baseball size hail with this line of storms. Let's see. See here, I'm looking through a bunch of information here. Let's see. No new reports of damage. just going through and see. All right, we're going to dive back in here, and again, we're kind of working with at a disadvantage here. The high top radar, which we were using most of the evening to look at these storms, is offline. So we're looking at this from very far away. And I just don't see the rotation there. This thing has another 4 minutes left on the warning. And I would imagine that they're probably going to allow this thing to expire just based off what I'm seeing. But they may be holding on to it. They may be holding on to it just simply because of at the disadvantage they're having with radar. And I think, yeah, that's what they decided to do. They're going to extend this to the state line and just ride this out. Now, the good news is, after this line passes, it's over for you. So if you are in Florence, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, back towards south on US 43 down to Marion County, once it's over for you. Hamilton, once this line passes you, you're good. You're good for the rest of the night. So I'm cautiously optimistic that once this tornado warning is allowed to expire up in North Alabama and Jackson and DeKalb counties, that we will be tornado warning free for the rest of the evening. I'm cautiously optimistic. All right, going to dive back in here. We've got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Marshall County and Marshall and DeKalb County. This is going to be, this thing is right on top of the city of Arab. This is going to be until 9:45 p.m. This thing is moving due east at 51 miles per hour. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the text of the warning. Now, Huntsville is... One thing to note here is our radar images are not going to be as good as what the National Weather Service in Huntsville is seeing, because they have access to experimental and research radars that are not available to the media or the general public. So this thing is right on top of the city of Arab. This is moving due east towards Gunnersville, Albertville. This is moving towards Gunnersville State Park. Top of the River restaurant is about right in here. Okay, and this northern storm, we are getting lots of damage reports in from across Jackson County. Again, it's hard to see from our vantage point, but the National Weather Service is seeing this from a different perspective than we are with different tools. They've had... Let's look at, we'll just see if there's... If there is a there, we should be able to see some damage. High top is not working. Well... Yeah, that's the last image it has from high top, so definitely not working. See if I can look at it from Nashville and see if I can get a better look here. Not by much. We're having lots of damage reports coming out of Jackson County section area, north of Rainsville. Let's look at it from... See if Atlanta is any closer. I don't think it will be. I would say that the tornado is probably right around the skip marker where it's at. If I had to, I'll trust with the... I don't normally trust these skip markers because of latency, but I'm going to trust this one because that's about where it lines up in my... In my estimation. There's some more times of arrival. This is going to be moving towards the state line here. This other one... That's a bit more well-defined couplet right here. Alabama Highway 69 that runs between Arab and Gunnersville. This is south of Union Grove. This is basically trucking along Highway 79. This is going to move into downtown Gunnersville. City Harbor, the Alabama 69 bridge that goes over the lake there. Gunnersville State Park. Top of the river. If you are near any of those locations, you need to be in a safe place right now. Let's take a look at the... This is your possible tornado sitting right on top of Highway Crossing 69 right here. This is going to be, again, just south of Union Grove. Union Grove is up here. The bridge over Gunnersville, or Lake Gunnersville, is down over here to the east. There's Union Grove Road, Junkins Road, County Road 14, Bethel Church Road. I'm just going to try to throw as many of these on here as I can. This is going to be Alabama 79. This is going to be awful close to downtown Gunnersville. The Publix sits right here at 79 and 431. Yeah, this is going to come right through downtown Gunnersville. Let's see if I can. I'm surprised that there's not a camera up there. So this thing is crossing Lake Gunnersville right now. I'm going ahead and try to label some of these roads on the other side of the lake. This northern storm is still producing. Don't be lured into a false sense of security with this image. The reason I say that is the National Weather Service can see what we don't see, which is why they're continuing with this confirmed tornado. The tornado is going to be right on top of Sylvania right now. We've already had lots of reports of damage in DeKalb County and Jackson County with this storm. This thing is on top of Sylvania. This is still moving due east. This is going to be next community in line is Valley Head. This is going to be south of Henniger. This is going to move north of Fort Payne. This is going to be at the Little River Canyon, north of Little River Canyon. This is going to be Valley Head. Your potential tornado is going to be crossing Interstate 59 here within the next 5-10 minutes. If you're driving on 59 or know somebody driving on 59 between Fort Payne and Collinsville, have them stop and get off the road, find a place to just wait this storm out. let's see. Back to the south, the potential tornado is crossing 431 through downtown Gunnersville. Is on top of downtown Gunnersville right now. Here's your potential tornado. It is right on top of the Harbor Point. There's the retail shop there, the steakhouse, and the hotel. City Harbor, excuse me. Harbor Point's on another lake. City Harbor. It's right on top of City Harbor right now. This is going to continue to move off to the east. This is going to move in the vicinity of Geraldine, Crossville, Fife. You guys are next in line. You need to be in a place of safety right now. Lowest floor of your home, near the center, away from windows. If you are inside of a trailer, you need to get out. You need to get out, find substantial structure. You do not want to ride out a tornado inside of a mobile home. If you worst case scenario, go lie in a ditch, cover your heads. You stand a better chance of surviving a tornado laying in a ditch than you do in a mobile home. All right, so we're going to go back up to this northern storm. Just the reports coming in from Sylvania are just not good. Just not good at all. This thing is crossing. If it hasn't already, it's fixing to cross Alabama or Interstate 59 and US 11 just to the west of Valley Head. This is going to probably ride out Alabama Highway 117 to the Georgia line. The storm to the south still looks, even for looking at it as far away as we are, it still looks pretty impressive. This is your possible tornado. Has just crossed Lake Gunnersville and just moved out of the city of Gunnersville. It is now moving through the state park there. This is moving up onto Sand Mountain as well. This is going to be moving in the general direction of Geraldine, Lakeview, and Fife. And if it holds together, it can move just to the south of Rainsville. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. All right, we're going to switch back. We're going to switch back to Birmingham, kind of reset what we're looking at. I know a lot of people are tuning in because you're asking what's going on, what's going on where I'm at. So let's take a look. Right now, the only active warnings we have, tornado warnings or otherwise, are for the storms in the Tennessee Valley. This includes Marshall, DeKalb, Cherokee counties, up in northeast Alabama. We have a confirmed tornado that has moved through Jackson and DeKalb counties tonight through the communities of Section and Sylvania. That tornado is crossing Interstate 59 and US 11 right now, moving towards Valley Head. The second possible tornado is moving through the city, had just moved through the city of Guntersville and is moving towards Geraldine and Fife. Right now, there is no other active warnings. We do have a line of storms that stretches. We have storms that stretch from Walker County up through Coleman County back all the way to the Georgia line. As this line moves through, the severe weather threat is over for you. Now, if you notice back to the north and west, the National Weather Service is already clearing counties from the from the tornado watch, and I'd expect that to be the same as this line continues to push through. I don't expect this watch to be extended further south, at least not in the near term, so we'll have to watch that closely. The greater threat for severe weather has been and will remain through North Alabama through the next couple of hours. We're going to have to watch these storms over Walker and Coleman counties with great interest, just given the environment that we're in. Right now, they're below the severe limits. They probably have a lot of lightning and thunder with them. I don't have lightning data turned on this radar because you wouldn't be able to see anything. And the greatest threat tonight will remain strong straight line winds with these thunderstorms. We have had our share of tornadoes today. If you're just getting home and kind of wanting to see what's going on, we've had tornadoes reported in the Madison area of Huntsville, up north of Gurley towards Skyline. We have an ongoing tornado right now that appears to be moving through Jackson and DeKalb counties. Has moved through this community of Section up on Sand Mountain through Sylvania, or DeKalb County Sheriff's deputies are just saying it's a bad situation up there. So, and then we have a new tornado warning. Brian, is that new? I'm talking to my producer in my ear. Looks like we had one pop up north of Guntersville. A new one for Marshall, Jackson, and Madison counties until 9:45. So let's take a look here. This is going to be difficult to see for us. The National Weather Service in Huntsville is running off of research and privately owned radars that are not available to the broadcast media or the general public. And the reason is that the radar up at High Top went down about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours ago now. I've lost track of time. And so the image that we see is not going to be as well defined as what they see. So let's just see if I can see what's going on here. I can't really see it. I mean, it's there. I would anticipate that it's probably this area just to the west or the east of Grant. But again, I'm looking at it from Birmingham, which is fairly far away. So let's go over to Columbus and see if that gives us a better look. Not by much. Yeah, flash flooding is definitely going to be an issue tonight. I'm going to cut the severe watches off and just go with the... Yes. Well, I see they expanded a new one, and that's, again, we can't really see what's going on here because of the limitations of radar, but the National Weather Service can because of their access that they have to privately owned radars. This particular, we have. I'm going to go by what I'm seeing here on what my system is populating here. Have two potential tornadoes. They're actually confirmed tornadoes. That's what the pink indicates. The pink warning indicates. And we do have confirmation of a tornado on the ground between Sylvania and Henniger. So, and it's on top of Valley Head. So that's what we were mentioning earlier, was that possible tornado still being on the ground. And apparently it still is on the ground. So this thing has been on the ground for, depending on what the damage survey show tomorrow, this tornado that is moving through Valley Head right now has probably been on the ground for at least an hour. Let's see. And this secondary tornado is still moving through Gunnersville. Again, this is moving towards the Geraldine area. And so let's move over here. We got Geraldine is here. Lakeview and Fife sits up here. If you are in Geraldine, Lakeview, or Fife, if you live along Alabama Highway 75, Alabama Highway 227, if you're on Alabama 75 between Albertville and Rainsville, you need to be in a place of safety right now. If you are on Alabama 227 between Crossville and the Tennessee River, you need to be in a place of safety right now. This is a particularly dangerous storm that is moving through the area. These storms have a history of producing damage across the state tonight. This northern storm, that looks a little bit better on this, at least from what I'm seeing. There's a little bit of a rotation just south of Langston. This is kind of training in the same path as that first tornado. I know that there's recovery work going on in Section and Sylvania. This is going to move along that same path. If you are in Langston and you're in Section, Sylvania, north of Rainsville, along Alabama 35 between the Tennessee River and Rainsville, and you need to be in a place of safety right now. Lowest floor of your home near the center, away from windows. Put as many windows between you and the outside as possible. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get out. You do not need to stay in a mobile home during a tornado. Your best bet is going to be lying face down in a ditch than it would be to ride a tornado out in a mobile home. So no other active warnings for the state right now. We just have 4 active tornado warnings and 1 severe thunderstorm warning. Again, if you're looking at the radar like I am, just trying to say, well, I don't see the tornado there. The high top radar went down earlier this evening because of an earlier tornado that passed, and it's probably going to be down the rest of the evening just because it may not be safe for technicians to get up there. And so the National Weather Service in Huntsville is using research radars and privately owned radars that have a better look at this storm than what the broadcast media and public have access to. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning to the south. This includes the city of Jasper. This is going to be until 10 p.m. tonight. I had to watch this one closely. Let's, again, we're just given that type of environment. As the sun goes down, I think that's kind of why we've seen these things ramp up in intensity. Is as the sun goes down, a wind shear tends to ramp up. And that may be what we're seeing here. Got a little bit of mischief just south of Jasper around Oakman. Or, excuse me, just north of Parrish. This area of mischief is going to be moving across Interstate 22 over towards Cordova. I had to keep a close eye on that. I can't, but you can send it to me where I can take a look at it. That is really, really cool. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, that would have been. That's. Oh yeah, that's really, really cool. I'm going to bookmark this because all right. I'm not, but I will check that out. Okay. So, yeah, this area of rotation, let's do this. I'm going to switch over. There we go. This is using UAH Armor radar in the public square. I really want to show this simply because this is starting to look better on SRV from Birmingham as well. This is the potentially tornado right here. Is moving area rotation near just to the south of Lakeview, on the community of Lakeview. And so this thing's moving. This is going to be moving towards Fort Payne. If this thing holds together, it's going to be moving towards Fort Payne here in probably the next 30 minutes. Let's see. I am perusing through damage video and pictures and trying to see All right, good. I figured that thing was going to be extended. Okay. So scrolling through here, just trying to see if don't see any major or any damage pictures there. Let's go ahead and I'm going to switch back over to our in-house radar. And this tornado number 1 is on top of Valley Head right now. Tornado number 2 is this new tornado warning for East DeKalb is really just a slither of DeKalb County. It'll be out of the county here just very, very shortly. But it is tornado confirmed. They do have I'm gonna see if I can see what they're saying with armor. It's just too dirty. I don't have without the high def details. But at least I can see the rotation now. Oh, that may be it. I'm trying to line. Yeah. This may be it. Let's see. This thing is let's see, I'll throw this back out there. Alright, let's go back and look at this is your possible tornado right here. It's crossing US 11 and it's moving between Valley Head and Mentone right now. And it is a confirmed tornado. This is a possible debris signature right here. I can't really tell. The debris is always a little bit behind what the actual placement is. There's rotation number 1. Here's rotation number 2 fixing to move into Georgia. Move back to our Storm Tracker HD. Again, here's rotation number 1. And rotation number 2 does not really show up out here on this one because of the distance from the radar and this little bit of range folding we got going on here. But here's the secondary tornado. It's just south of Geraldine now. This is back into it's crossing between Geraldine and Crossville right now. Let's back out, and I'm going to take a look back at this one in Birmingham. This thing's that looks suspicious. It has got a shear skid on it. So, and it's right move with it is a right mover. So you got to watch those because of the propensity to start rotating. Come on. There we go. And this thing's starting, it's got a hook on it. It's got a pretty decent inflow into the storm. This thing is just crossed Interstate 22. It's yeah, just crossed Interstate 22. Is moving through Cordova right now. No official warning on this, but I don't like the way it looks. And given the track record of these things tonight, I want to play it safe than sorry. So if you're in Summerton, Dora, Brookside, go ahead and be your place of safety right now. Just go ahead and move that way. No official warning yet. May not even get one, but I just don't like the way that thing is looking. Let's back up. Go back over. We're almost done. DeKalb County, just hang on. Hang on a little while longer. This thing is just about into the state of Georgia. We're going to look at, switch back over to the velocity product. Let's see, All right. Going back and I'm looking at multiple different sources here. Uh, so here's your. I'm looking at multiple different sources here because, again, we have a range folding issue. The high top radar that we normally would use to look at these storms is out of service. And so I'm using multiple different radars that I have access to kind of getting a feel for where this rotation is. The last couple of scans, this area right here, near Collinsville, just to the west of Collinsville, has looked fairly suspicious. I think that's a new area of rotation to replace the one in the north that moved through Gunnersville earlier. See. So let's take a look at this from that experimental Huntsville radar armor at UAH. And that's going to be your possible tornado there. Yeah, the National Weather Service sees what we're seeing. This is your fairly strong rotation moving into the Collinsville community. This is going to be moving in the vicinity of US 11. Yeah. Let's see.